I cannot even use a figure of speech. I cannot even use a figure of speech without this turning into some kind of a susfest already. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe it. I'm reading chat. You know I'm reading chat. You know I am reading chat. You know I am reading the chat. Bring them down a peg is a figure of speech. I am using peg as a unit of measurement. But I don't know why you all make it into some kind of sussy nonsense. As for the actual proper responses, I have celebrated Mother's Day well. It was an enjoyable day for all of the family involved. Ben Mom was happy. Everyone was happy, which is good. Played a little mahjong too, which was fun. Well, it was fun for a while until you start losing, that is. But let's not pretend. Let's pretend that never happens, okay? We're on the guitarist. Hello? Well, some funny things about mahjong, you will notice that sometimes when you feel like you're losing a little too many times, you have to try and intimidate the other players into swapping seats. Because some seats, it's like you used up all of your good vibes, so all you have is bad vibes, and therefore you keep losing. But anyway, yes, I had a pretty good Mother's Day. We all had a pretty good Mother's Day, but let me see. 31 of you already, that's quite fast. The stream just started. Maybe I'll reach to around 45 lurkers before I get started on the topic, because I have a lot to talk about today. And I hope I am able to convey what I am about to say in a coherent manner. Celebrated Mother's Day by ordering food. Oh yeah, it's still Mother's Day right now in US, isn't it? Why, it's about to end. So you Western lurkers, how are you enjoying Mother's Day? Have a good time? Mother happy? Is your mother happy? Good. Oh, by the way, what? I don't know how long my talking part of this stream will last, but I was thinking, since on the off chance that it ends and we have a bit of time to spare for gaming, let's just open up a poll and see what people wants to play, okay? I have enough of SCP to last me for months, actually. I am not putting SCP on it anymore. Oh. And if the top is going to go the direction I'm suspecting it will go, I might end up being particularly stressed and not very happy at the end of it. And that is going to suck. And I want to play something that gets me to relax. Let me just have a look at what multiplayer game. Oh yeah, 7. I always miss 7. And just so you know, today, this time this poll is on my suggestion. It depends on how drained I am at the end of the talking for today. I might or might not take the suggestion of the poll. Maybe one more. Nope. For now, I'll just take these 3. Okay. So I don't know what I want to play. And anyway, 47 lurkers have already turned up. I can get started on it. Frank, my goodness. Thank you for gifting memberships. You 10 who got memberships, if you are in the stream right now, make sure to thank Prank for gifting you some memberships. You're not gonna play, so you're not gonna vote. Fair enough. Okay, let's probably get started on this anyway. Let me just... What a stupid attachment. I have to get something scuffed for a moment. I'm going to set it back up. This is so silly. I cannot believe it. Let me just set this back up. Thankfully, touch wood, the scuff is not particularly bad, but it is definitely not a pleasant one. Close this. Okay, everything's done. Oh, no more room in hell. That's a pretty good choice. I can relax after that is done. Hi boss, what's the plan for today? I will get started on the plan after I end this poll. And since the poll is about to end, there's no point. You know what? Let's just end it. So I can actually see things properly. Yep, it's not even a contest. Excellent. Okay. Let's get started on the story. I'm going to start my topic with a story, okay? It is... I can tell you for a fact that this story is very accurate. Also, in case any of you doubt the accuracy of my stories, I'm going to tell you this story is particularly accurate, okay? Well, most stories I give is... I hope is particularly accurate, but this one... I've seen it happen before. And bro, I am not a mother. Say Happy Mother's Day to your mother. For those who joined No More Room in Hell, for those who voted No More Room in Hell, be sure to join the game. Exactly right. But I'm going to start with a story, okay? I'm going to start with a proper story. You are... look at Jan, don't read too much into it. My choice of words sometimes you can look more into it or you don't look more into it, it's fine, but don't read too hard into it. Okay? But it's a story that has roots in reality. You don't have to take my word for it, but you just have to listen to the story. Okay? So let's get started. You are a very talented chef. Very, very talented. You've studied, you had a mix of studying in some, working in some pretty high-end restaurants. But those are like your early years, but later on you basically learn your skills through your own hands. So, self-taught. Self-taught. You took the leap. You took the leap. You invested your money, your own savings, your own money into a business, into a restaurant. This restaurant is completely owned by you alone. And which means you are very invested in it. You're very invested in it winning. You're very invested in it going big. But what makes your restaurants, what makes you special compared to others is that's what people would think, is that you hardly play. You basically stay on your own lane. By staying in your own lane, it just means, you don't play high-end restaurant politics with the other competitors of yours. You just make the food you love to make, attract the customers you attract, and eventually things get better for you. So over the few years, you work, and you make it big eventually. You made it very, very big. Well, quite big. It was so big that you had a few years. In your few years of operations, you won an award. There was like some food magazine or some kind of food critique award. So it was like some good food award basically. And it's kind of like a big deal where you're from, getting that award. So yeah, you were pretty happy, you were pretty thrilled about it. And you worked so hard for it. Then something happens. A few days after you get this award, something very odd happens. Would you like to guess what the odd thing is? Will you shut up? Stay relevant. Class, stay relevant. Stay relevant right now. Would you all like to guess what happened? If not, I'll just say it. I'll give you like 10 seconds. If none of you can answer it, I'll just tell it. The type of restaurant is not relevant, but the events surrounding it is relevant. Okay, fine. I'll just answer it. A few days after you got that really big award, you made it big. You thought you made it big. Then something really weird happens. You realize some news outlet, some journalist news outlet started writing articles about you. Very, very articles saying about how bad you were. Let's just say it was articles about, so they say, from 2 of your ex-employees. You can't even really remember their names. You remember their names, but you remember that you worked with them for a good few months. They decided to take their own route, and you left amicably. You left with both individuals in question. You left amicably, but at that point in time, let's just say you left amicably. Of course, you are a boss, which means that there are some standards you expect the employees to abide by, but you are fair to them, and it did not seem like they had a problem with you. But for some reason, the moment you won that award for Restaurant of the Year, the Good Food Restaurant Award, okay? Suddenly, some news outlets started writing pieces about you, saying that you were a terrible boss, you bullied people, you harassed your staff. And who did they use as a source? Anonymous. They will say, according to some unnamed employees of your restaurant, they admit that the boss of the restaurant was a big bully, and they were racist, and they were harassing the staff. The same song and dance. So, guess what happens as a result of that news article coming out? Well, your award was pulled back from you. You lost the award, it was taken back from you. Yeah. Your Good Food Restaurant award was taken back from you mere days after you got it. Yeah, that kind of stung. Well, it stung kinda, but you never did really see the need to win that award. So you put your head down and you continue to work. Smear allegations with no clear specifics of what you did, with no clear, well, even if there was specifics, it was not like very well proven anyway, because it's so they say their interpretation of what you did. So you just put your head down and you just keep working. And not long after, you receive another article talking about it again. And this time, the article was talking about how you got your award pulled back from you because of this quote-unquote scandal, this problematic scandal. Okay, fine. Then you go on social media. You see some people who just read the articles, started insulting you, started throwing accusations at you all left, right, and center. Very weird. And it was disheartening. But then you notice something as well. Despite those people who do not know you that well and they just read those articles from the journalists who wrote smear pieces and hit pieces about you, yeah, they are there. But then you have those who you work closely with, your chef friends, people who worked with you for quite a few years, the staff who actually stuck by you through thick and thin, and your personal friends, friends of your family, well, of course, and a lot of other people. They came out in support of you. And one of the things they say out loud in many different social media platforms, when you see all those big discussions about how bad you were, they say the timing is convenient, isn't it? Just as you're winning that awards, something just came up that take it back all from you. It's very odd, isn't it? And now, you keep your head down as always. You keep your head down. You just do what you enjoy doing. You do what you want to do. You gain the success that you get purely from your own effort. And evidently, some other restaurant owners were not particularly happy with the success you were gaining, because you were new. You were fresh blood, in a way. You were new. You didn't play politics. You didn't brown nose people like they do. You do not form cliques like they do. No friendship circles like they do. You are just in it for yourself. You're doing work because you believe in yourself, not some kind of a clique or some kind of fake friends that basically you scratch my back and I scratch yours type of thing. They were not happy. They were not happy that you put your head down and started working and you didn't care about them. And because all you cared about was your own work, your own excellence, your own passion, despite them being out longer than you are, you stood up on top of them. They were not happy. They were very, very not happy. But of course, this is all speculation. This was all speculation, and you kind of notice as well, as those news articles started to pop up. You see those so-called chefs in those other big restaurants. They started to join in on the bandwagon, say how terrible you were, and this is shocking, and this guy should have done better, and you're disappointing the profession of a chef, and blah blah blah. Up to all this point, the only quote-unquote proof they have gotten were interpretations of what you did and so-called accounts from anonymous individuals who, trust me, they used to work with you. So that is really the story to set the scene, to set the mood. And I suppose some of you have already have an idea why I'm telling you this story. I have a feeling you already know why I'm telling you this story. It is not about the chefs, it's not about the cooking, it's not about the restaurant and all this nonsense. It's about a very core flaw in humanity. It is a core flaw in it's more a flaw than a benefit. Some people are able to harness it in a productive way, but many do not. So, yes, lurkers, you are completely right. I'm telling this story because of the story of Kersha. When I talked about this incident since back in April, it has not really gotten better. In fact, it has gotten worse. Just like the story with this chef. You got the first article smearing you. That was a shame. Terrible. People started smearing you as well, insulting you for things that supposedly happened but could not really be proven all that well. But you didn't care. Then your award got taken back mere days after you got it, because the article came out only a few days after you got the award. You question the timing is always so impressively odd, but yeah, very interesting. So it really goes back to this incident with Kersha. And Lucas, you're gonna have to pardon me for just a brief moment, but I'm trying to piece together the chronology of what exactly happened from the start to the end. I'm trying to piece it together. And I would like you all to correct me if I get anything wrong. Because, like I say, this story has become unnecessarily messy, and it has been very disappointing to have to witness it devolve in such a way. Okay? I will need some of your lurkers' help with getting the chronology correct. Interesting. Nambo, that is some interesting news. So what happened? Other than Kersha, by the way, I am not going to say out loud the names of the other individuals involved, okay? I feel that the screen caps, if they ever appear, and word of mouth on Twitter, on X, on Facebook, wherever, will give you all a proper clarity on who they specifically are. But I won't call them out by name throughout the course of this discussion, okay? So with that out of the way, let us get started with a chronology from the way I understand it. And Nambu, you really gave me additional context that is very, very useful and very interesting. Because a specific journalist was trying to make it as if that, I don't even know if it's a he or a she, but a lot of people are saying it's a he, so I'll just stick with that. A specific journalist said that he had absolutely nothing to do with crime boss kicking Kershaw out of the sponsorship. But with that context that you have provided, I struggle to take this journalist's words seriously. Cheryl 9, good morning. I've already started the stream and I'm going to get started on the work. Hold on. But I will start with the chronology. So, sometime earlier this year, or maybe even as early as late last year, I'm not sure of the specific timing, a vice journalist, a journalist. Yeah, vice journalist applied to VAlert for a VTuber role. The font is a little bit too big, isn't it? Let me just reduce the size a little bit more for a VTuber role. Okay. VAlert rejects this vice journalist application. This VAlert rejects this vice journalist application, and this angered the vice journalist. From the tweets, from what this journalist is about to do later, it truly did anger this journalist. Vice journalist wrote a hit piece on VAlert not long after. And to prove that actually happened, let me show you the hit piece in question. This one. April 1st, 2025. The usual smears. The avatar choices, the problematic this, problematic that, problematic members, the usual stuff. This was the hit piece. Not long after. The hit piece was widely mocked because basically it's glorified V-Twitter behavior. It was glorified V-Twitter behavior. All of the usual. Oh, the avatar choice is very problematic. Oh, this talent said some very problematic words. Oh, the only reason that they rejected me was because they were phobic. The usual things, okay? The usual things. And sometime after this happened, Kershaw made a stream about the VAlert hit piece. She made fun and criticized it. And that is where the trigger point really happened. That was where the trigger point really actually started to happen. And around this time when Kershaw made this stream about the V-Alert hit piece, things started to get swung into motion. Not long after. Mere days. You've got various VTubers, various NVTubers starting to basically insinuate Kershaw is a bigot. So for instance, that one guy, I forgot, that one about the gamer subs guy who left, I don't know who, I forgot his name already. He was one of the few who started it for some reason. Then, of course, the other one is the NVTuber whose name starts with N. I don't know, I will not say the full name. Yes, the ones in chat can confirm the names from me. The other one that starts with N will not say the full name. Few others join in the dog pile. Another NVTuber. Another NVTuber who talks something along the lines of, "We will not leave your children alone." Something along the lines of that. No, not Nux. Not Nux. Also starts with N. And famously said that this NVTuber famously said, "They will not leave children alone." Something along the lines of that. Another NVTuber and a prolific V-tweeter. We already know this one, who got famous defending Niji Sanji. Yeah. Again, I am not going to name any of this by name, because this is not the point, and I am basically talking about how frustrating this incident is happening around me. It is absolutely frustrating, and it makes me angry. So that sets the scene. Okay? That was the starting point of all of this. But not long after, the same Vice journalist who got rejected wrote hit piece on V-Alert, wrote a hit piece on Kershaw. And we have talked about at length in one of the last few weeks, or the streams a few weeks ago, about the contents of this specific hit piece on Kershaw. The first one. And I will bring to you the attention of which hit piece it was. This one. We have read about this in detail, and I have read through the hit piece basically, and we have come to conclusion that a lot of things are their interpretation and also taking things out of context. Well, if you want to talk about the really funny headline, Kershaw was referencing that speech the British Prime Minister said about uncontrolled migration without any proper safeguards. So he managed to make it about that, and of course wrote a piece smearing her about, attacking her about it. And since Nambo has already provided me with the, I'm going to make this even smaller because this is actually quite a lot of information. Since Nambo has provided me with further additional context of what has happened. Okay, so now it turns out, I found out, well, Lurker told me Prime Boss, Rocky City, through Kershaw out around this time. Interesting stuff. Now this one is new to me, so I can't really verify it all that well. Nambo, but thank you for giving me the context, but I'm just gonna assume it's correct for now. But if it's wrong, just fact check me on that part. Interesting. It puts into perspective a lot of things, it changes a lot of things. Then not long after, even after the hit piece, even after the hit. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nambo, for if you can give me the timestamp and it verifies that Kershaw said it herself, then excellent. Excellent, so it's basically proven. Okay. Prime Bros and a few other lurkers also corroborating. So it is a fact around this time. Even after the hit piece, the usual few cloud farmers still obsessed over Kershaw. Still saying random things about her, still talking about how she is terrible, how she is a bigot, how she is this, how she is that. It just keeps going and going and going. Thank you, the pushback. Against the vice journalist, against the V-tweeter, and less so the NVTubers. Because I think VTuber fans know very well that the NVTubers are a little something special. They bask in the attention. So they got the apathy treatment. You can say that. The apathy treatment. But they were particularly push back. And we found out in a few weeks ago during the stream when we first talked about the original Kershaw hit piece from Vice, internet found out audio recording of the Vice journalist saying very twisted things about, as she would call it, cis women. Thank you, Nambo. I'll have a look at it later. Or maybe I can have a look at it now. Let me see. Let me have a look. I'll have a look at it right now. Let me see. Because this really puts into perspective This really puts into perspective everything. Okay, let me close this for now. Oops, it played by itself.
Deal with things once. I hate it so much, dude.
Oftentimes utilize slave labor and other forms of completely unethical, you know, like labor in order to make products. So it's like, in what universe is somebody saying a word worse than, let's say, some is that we need to come together and just absolutely, totally, like, if somebody gets taken off of a sponsor because of like something bad that they said, and it's not really bad, it's just like taken out of context, I think that we should absolutely shit on them.
Oh,
like 100% we should, because there needs to be a awareness that this type of behavior isn't.
I want to get to a specific part that was shared to me, and this video just ran. Let me reopen it. Actually. I'll reopen it. Okay.
So chat, I haven't mentioned this because I've been trying to deal with things one step at a time. And I don't like giving Twitter freaks any reason to celebrate that their tactics have worked in any way, shape, or form. But hearing what he's saying here, like, you should absolutely go after companies if they drop someone for things said out of context. You should absolutely tell companies that they're making a mistake, that they're doing something bad, that we're not going to put up with them dealing with these cancel culture tactics anymore, that we don't want these companies to be spineless, that if someone is partnering with you, and if someone is making you all of this money, and if someone is your sole marketing partner, that you should stand behind them. You don't even, as a company, you shouldn't be expected to make any kind of public statement, right? As long as a company doesn't drop me, I don't care if they don't make a statement. They don't need to say anything publicly. They just need to keep someone as a partner, right? Unfortunately, you know, on Twitter, people have been tagging gamer sups all over the place. People have been sometimes tagging U2s because I did a previous drop with them. They've been tagging Uwu Market because I have merch there. You know, these are the companies that people have been massively tagging when they go after me. You know who was never tagged, and you know who my aunties don't even know about because they're such a small company that nobody even really knows that it exists? Crime Boss Rock A City. And I've been playing Crime Boss Rock A City since it released, since pre-release on the Epic Games Store. I have been the sole marketing for that game. I was told by the developers the only reason that it was successful with sales on Steam release was because of me. My code that I didn't even get paid for, I did this for free because I love that game. So
This was what I said on X. Exactly what I said on X about Crime Boss. I'm gonna tell you right now. I would not have played Crime Boss if Kersha didn't talk about it. She talked to me about it. She recommended I give it a try. And I take word of mouth of a mutual rather than the word of mouth of a journalist. Or a word of mouth of some big, crazy, big name YouTuber who says sponsored stuff. Well, at that point in time when she talked about it, she wasn't sponsored. I think she had an affiliate link, but I don't think she was officially sponsored at that point in time when I decided to buy the game myself. So yeah, I suspect if Kersha was the reason I bought Crime Boss Rocket City back in 2024, I have to guess. I could be wrong, but I have to guess. Most of the people who played Crime Boss Rocket City on Steam got it because Kersha recommended it to them. And she played it on stream to them. She was, as a matter of fact, I can say with quite a level of confidence, she has been one of the strongest, if not the strongest marketing that Crime Boss Rocky City has ever gotten. So it's really quite wild to me. Let's just confirm the timing anyway. Let's just confirm the timing of when Tribe Boss dropped her.
I wasn't even getting paid for this. I did it for the love of the fucking game. My code had more sales on it than the base store sales. I was the reason that game had any success, any marketing. I am the reason anyone knows about that fucking game. 2 days after the first Vice article dropped, Crime Boss Rock A City said that they can no longer be a partner with me because they are a small game studio who needs to sell a game, and it would be bad optics if they were to keep me as a partner. So if you have bought the game, please change your review to negative. Please tag them on Twitter and tell them how disappointed you are. Please write their support emails. Do not be mean. Do not insult them. But if you have bought the game, if you are a paying customer for Crime Boss Rock A City, do exactly what Asmongold said to do.
That settles it then. That completely settles it. It came out. Crime Boss Rocky City did not cancel Kersha after an extensive amount of cancellation attempts by the usual suspects, but just the first article, the first Vice article from that specific journalist. So we're going back to this. The internet found out audio recording of the Vice journalist saying very twisted things about, well, women, basically. And then every single post that this Vice journalist posted on Twitter or X, whichever now, posted on Twitter has received a lot of always gets ratio now. It always gets ratio, and for good reason. And they always bring up, and this is the problem. This is the problem actually. This is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem with this journalists and these individuals who are doing all these very, very terrible things and very, very suspicious things. They always think that they are in a position to lecture people about morality. Always. Absolutely always. What morality do you have when you say those things you say about women? I'm not going to say out loud, but I'm sure a lot of you, if you have an account on X or Twitter, you know exactly what this journalist said on audio. You know exactly what they say. But you know, because of all this pushback, guess what happened? Guess what happened? Because of all this pushback, the Vice journalist now writes a hit piece on the VTuber community. Oh well, not VTuber community, VTubing. And I will show you which one exactly is. This one. because of the backlash this Vice journal created, because this journalist took many things out of context, lied about Tertia, and also a lot of people found out for all the fake morality that this journalist is trying to display. He said very twisted things about women. Caught on audio. And let's just remember here. Let us just remember here. I will never do things like this. I will never say things like this. And I frown at people who actually do things like this. But that being said, I want you all to put this into perspective, okay? I want you to put things into perspective. All of these messages that you see here targeted towards the Vice journalist is because they heard what this Vice journalist says about people on audio. And as much as I hate all of this wishes to all this make terrible decisions for yourself wishes, I have to recognize where these remarks came from. And I'm going to find it for you all. And I'm not going to play it on stream, but I am going to share it on chat. In chat, so you can hear it for yourself. Again, it cannot be emphasized enough. It cannot be emphasized enough. Okay? It cannot be emphasized enough. This is why the internet has such a terrible reaction towards this Vice journalist. This is why they are saying such mean things to this Vice journalist. Do I think it's the right thing to do? Probably not, but still, it puts into perspective. I never do things like this. I will just call them out based on what they specifically said. I will not resort to insults and I do not resort to threats because that is counterproductive, but I can't stop other people from doing that. So if any of you haven't listened to this audio, haven't read this post, listening in mute. It's muted, good. Let's see. It is around 1 minute 45 seconds. It's not a pleasant, it is absolutely not a pleasant listen. It is absolutely not a pleasant listen. And you will feel sickened. Because I did feel sickened when I hear it. So I'll give you all about 1 minute before I continue. If you haven't watched it, if you haven't heard it. It is definitely going to be a TOS violation if it was played on YouTube. And it might even be a TOS violation if it was played on Twitch. That is how serious these remarks were. Now, let me just take a shot now. Okay. Done? I've given you enough time. I've given you enough time. So, yes. Now you look at this. Now you look back at this article and you wonder why. You wonder why this vice journalist is getting such intense negativity. I'm not going to deign to read this entire article because it's probably going to... I read a little bit of it and I already feel like I am losing my sanity as I keep reading it. But now you know exactly why this vice journalist has gotten so much negativity. They run a lot of fake morality, but here they are doing the worst things and saying the worst things. So really, you ask me, you tell me why you're getting so much negativity, because I feel it's kind of obvious at this point in time. And notice how, and I also noticed in this article, he still talks about his rejection from V. Allure. But the story is not over yet. The story is not over yet. Nothing is stopping the Vice journalists from putting out articles non-stop at least until Vice fails. I feel that one of the best things that could ever happen to people as a whole, and even the internet as a whole, is there is a Hulk Hogan to Vice's Gawker. There needs to be a Hulk Hogan to Vice's Gawker. It is about time it happens. But the story is not over yet, by the way. So, more journalists, start to dogpile. Shh. It is all a nepotistic, incestuous relationship. Every single journalist, this time is some sportskeeda. This time it was Sportskeeda that wrote its latest hit piece. And I want to take this opportunity to read a bit of the Sportskeeda article. A bit. Just a little bit, okay? Silu Robs, good evening. And I hope you have a good time here because it has to be said basically. I want to get to this part. Let's have a read at this article. This is the Sportskeeda smear piece. This is the Sportskeeda smear piece, and I would like to read. There is a reason why I'm going to read this along with you, okay, lurkers? Because it is going to be very ironic. So let's just read this. As you can see, Sportskeeda. This is an archive post, so they deserve no clicks. I archived it. And this is... well, this is basically the best way to hate read articles. Do not give them the clicks. Just read archives of them. They get no money from that. They get no money from your anger. Well, anyway, let's just read. VTuber Kersha goes viral for... notice this word seemingly. Notice the word seemingly. Defending Shiloh Hendricks fundraiser and the latter reportedly calls the child dead. Okay. Okay. What a punchy headline. Very, very punchy headline. But notice the word seemingly. And you know the cunningness of all these journalists? Soon. For why they use the word seemingly. Seemingly. Notice it. They do not care. They know that many people are not smart enough. That's the problem. They know many people are not smart or observant or care enough to pretend this word doesn't exist, to understand the significance of this word. They know many people are not observant enough to understand the significance of this word. Because seemingly defending and just defending are two very, very different propositions. And as you will continue to read in this article, you will notice why. So yes, the usual, this part. Yes, all of the usual things. Shut down charity, it's not even double standards anymore, this part. The usual part, and here is the part that's relevant. Okay? They bring up the source of Kersha supposedly defending that mother's fundraiser. In this, I have found the specific part of the video. So I'm going to open for you. And you judge for yourself whether Kersha was actually defending anything.
The Bostonians against Mayor Wu unfortunately seems like a giga cuck. The fact that you can raise money for calling a 5-year-old the N-word is insane. Hope they shut down her campaign. They shouldn't. They didn't shut down Carmelo Anthony's campaign. So getting mad at this just outs you as like a very hypocritical person. No racism, no hate. No racism, no hate. Unless it's against white people, I guess. Instead of donating to a trailer trash racist, you can donate to me instead. What a little weasel. What a little weasel freak, actually. How in the name of Baby Moses on Fire did we go from the loving society of the 90s to the fucking mess in 2025? That's some chutzpah. A lot of people are just like unfollowed. That's an unfollow from me. Bostonian guy said, oh no, what am I going to do without followers that think it's okay to call a 5-year-old the N-word? I don't think most people think it's okay. I think there are a lot of people who are tired of things happening, like Daniel Penny, like the whole George Floyd incident and the Summer of Love, like the Carmelo Anthony. There's just a lot of people tired of the two-tier justice system, and they start saying some crazy things and doing some crazy things. That doesn't make it okay, but it's like, that's just kind of the consequence of where we're at now, unfortunately. And there are some people who are like accelerationists that are like, the pendulum is going to swing back so far it's going to break off. And I hope that's not true. I don't want to see that happening. I don't like seeing this kind of like...
Oh, does this sound like a defense to you? Sportskeeda journalist, does this sound like a defense to you? You linked to that specific stream? And you really think people are dumb enough to not listen to the entire context of the stream?
Violence towards other people? Like, not that words are violence, right? But there are people advocating for violence on both sides. And I don't like seeing that.
Where is the defense? Lucas, maybe I'm a bit deaf, maybe I'm a bit blind, or maybe my gray matter is not functioning properly. Where is the defense? Where is the defense? Lucas, please tell me, where is the defense? Yes, where is the defense? Where is it? I can't find anything. Where is the defense? Sportskeeda, you say that she was defending, seemingly defending. Recheck? Explain to me, where is the defense? Because I can't find it. This is how it goes, isn't it? This is exactly how it goes. This is exactly how things goes. This is exactly how things goes. Every single Western journalist or journalist living in the West, they end up being the same. I'm sorry for generalizing, but so many of them end up being the same. If they cannot take your words out of context, firstly, if they cannot find evidence of your wrongdoing, they'll take your words out of context. If they can't take your words out of context, they will blatantly lie about you, and hopefully people won't find out. That is all there is to it for this type of journalist. Every single time. I think it's so tiresome. It is absolutely tiresome and exhausting. And what she said, I struggle to understand what was wrong. What she said was wrong. She made a very important point, and it is a point that I have been noticing. A woman calling someone a slur, a child a slur, is not good. It is bad. It is rude, and it is, well, it shows the biases of the woman herself. But on the flip side, I'll just go through a bit of the story first, just for context, okay? I'm just gonna go through a bit of a context of what actually happened with this. I also took some time to read into it, this Shiloh woman, and why it keeps being compared to the guy named Carmelo. But I'll give you like the cliff notes of it, and if I got something wrong, just correct me, but this is the way I see it, okay? This is from the way I see it. Firstly, this woman, Shiloh, mother of two, if I recall correctly, there was an incident where a group of kids were approaching her kids. And they were like, well, they were obviously for a different race than her. She tried to chase off those kids and ended up using a slur. The internet found out about it, as they usually do, because there's a lot of so-called anti-racists on the internet. And of course the kid recorded everything and uploaded it to the internet. And what happens was this mother was driven out of her house because threats were made against her. She got dogs, and basically she received threats every single day. And at some point she went homeless because of it. Because of the decision she made to use a slur. So she opened a GoFundMe. She said her piece. Everyone said their pieces when they attacked her, so she said her own piece about it. And lo and behold, the counter to the cancel culture, the counter actually happened. she received immense support from people who were particularly passionate about what her case represents, I would say. So she reached almost 600,000 worth of donations in the Gifts and Go. And because this fundraiser was such an immense success, the usual quote-unquote anti-racist started to call people out for it. How dare she got a successful campaign when she said those terrible words? How dare she? How dare people support her? How dare people support this mother of two for saying those terrible words? We are so destroyed as a nation if we can give $600,000 to a woman who said these terrible words. This was the discourse they were trying to bring up. This was the argument they were trying to bring up. So, people on the internet retaliated. People on the internet retaliated by bringing up the case of Carmelo Anthony. And if I recall this story very clearly, Carmelo Anthony was a particularly heinous incident. I don't know how old he was, but it's basically a guy stabbing another kid to death. That's basically the story about it. A guy who did some very, very horrible things to a kid that resulted in life being lost. He got arrested. He got charged, and it was unprovoked. Yes, it was unprovoked. It was unprovoked. He got arrested, he was charged, he was issued bail, pending the court case. And you know what? His family, Carmelo's family, released an exact same crowdfunding, similar to the mothers. And their crowdfunding also got $600,000 roughly. This was before the mother's case, by the way. So you tell me, you ask me, as an outsider, not American, not white, a complete outsider, you ask me, how is it that a mother who said a slur managed to get so much money in donations and support? Well then, I want to ask you, how is it that a person who was caught murdering another kid got so much support and so much donations, all because of the color of his skin? You tell me that. If you are questioning why Shiloh happened, question why Carmelo happened. It's two sides of the same coin. It takes two hands to clap. If one side goes extreme and insane, the other side will go equally extreme and insane to compensate it. That is how the world works. You don't want extremism in your life, do not be extreme yourself. That was the story. That was the context. This is why I miss the 90s. I miss the early 2000s. I just miss it so much. I really miss the 90s and the early 2000s so much. No one gave a crap about the color of your skin, about who you hook up with behind closed doors. No one cared. All they cared is that if you're a good person, we respect you. If you're a bad person, we don't like you. That was the essence of the 90s and the 2000s. People being people. Not skin color, not sexuality, not religion. It is so frustrating. What is that not say? What is this about? Oh, that. It is so extremely disappointing. And this was basically what got the smear campaign against Kershaw. This was the new smear campaign against her. This sportskeeda article. That was essentially the point he was trying to make. The point that I just made. That when you create an incident of extremism, do not be shocked when the flip side is extreme as you. If you had pulled back and given and allowed proper consequences for actions, like in the case of Carmelo, he did unforgivable things to a child. He did unforgivable things to a child unprovoked. And if you had not rewarded him with $600,000 worth of donations, you really think Shiloh would have the same incident? Did you really think so? Shiloh happened because of you. It's like that meme online. Who radicalized you? You did. This is karma. Karma is what happens. When you are being extreme, your flip side will be as extreme to compensate for your extremism. And I hate that. I hate how the world is becoming so ridiculously, stupidly extreme. But what can I say? I'm literally who complaining on stream about this. Oh. It is Hayden Wayne 75. It is the degeneration of civility. From what I can see about Kershaw's video, she did not support what happened to Shiloh. She basically explained why Shiloh could happen. Those are two very, very different propositions. Those are two extremely different propositions. She just, basically this is what Kershaw said. Essentially what Kershaw said is, if you become extreme, the opposing side will be as extreme as you, and everyone loses out. That was her entire point. And of course, the journalists wouldn't care. The journalists will never care about the context. The journalists would not care to properly research what she actually said in the very source they linked. They linked the source that would debunk them. All people had to do was listen the full 1.5 minutes of what she said, rather than just a small snippet of what she said taken out of context. Let me just have a look. Alright, I think I can sum up this story. Oh yeah, by the way. Now you know why Seemingly was here, lurkers. Now you know why Seemingly was here. Because they know if they don't put it, Kershaw can call them liars. And they would be liars. They want to make the smear piece, but they want to make sure they have a way to weasel out of it if it turns on them, if it backfires. Coward. Okay. I probably will give a summation of what I've talked about. Oh well, rather than a summation, I will give my analysis of what I talked about. My own personal opinion. So, exactly. What exactly happened? Why did all of this have to happen with Kershaw? Why did all of this have to happen? Well, let me just duplicate the slide. So why did it happen? It gets a little bit obvious to me. Envy. Spurned. The vice journalist was the center of it all. Not Kershaw. Kershaw was just the punching bag. She was just the easy target. The vice journalist attack on V Alert and the smears started it. Kershaw saw it, reacted to it, and dug and found out this vice journalist's true character. Video, audio, and written evidence. Masa and good night. And because she dared to criticize the vice journalist, the entire faction dogpiled on her. The entire clique, the entire faction, how no matter how small it is, there were multiple people and they dogpiled on her. This is why crime was happened. It is not important. So really, envy and resentment from being spurned, being rejected by VLR. At the end of the day, this was all an entire spat between a journalist and VLR. That really was all there is to it. Kersha was the proxy of this resentment. And understanding this, understanding this really puts into perspective how stupid all of this is. It was never about Kersha. It was always about this journalist. This journalist who got rejected by VLR and wanted revenge for being rejected. And of course, a few others, like the V-tweeter, like the other few NV-tubers, they were jealous of Kersha. Perhaps they viewed Kersha as being too big and they too small. Knock her down a peg. And especially this other person. The one who made the comments about not leaving children alone. That NV-tuber specifically, at one point in time, commented about how jealous they were over Kersha's success. That really puts into perspective, sorry. That is right, Lurker-chan. Kinda demented how the urinalist was angry at VLR and decided to dedicate months to Kersha just because she memed on him. That is right. The ship piece was made out of pure vitriol. It was never about concern. It was never about morality. It was never about calling someone out for their bad behavior. It was completely for spite and revenge. Interesting. Similar, very similar. This is like someone who got rejected at Face Connect decided to spend months hating on Kelly because Kelly made a music video talking about how hardworking and good girls get hired. So really, it was always between the journalist and VLR. Kersha, for her quote-unquote mistake of talking about the drama, she became the target. And because she became the target, a group of other very jealous V-tweeters and V-tubers started to jump in, just because. And I honestly do think so as well. I have a feeling someone in that little clique had some kind of pressure on the Crime Boss devs. Otherwise, why exactly would some ridiculous Vice smear piece from a person with a history of saying very terrible things would be able to affect the decisions of the Crime Boss devs? I do not understand. Love Has, there's a whole different story. I can talk about it after my break, but it is an entire different story. It's similar, by the way. It's similar to what's happening to Kershaw. Actually, now that I think about it, it is actually poetic how similar Kelly and Kershaw's situation is. The only problem is Kelly is too big to be damaged by this. But Kershaw is still... It's still possible to wound Kershaw, that's the problem. It makes no sense how they didn't bend the knee to previous cancellations, but this article does the job instantly. It is very curious, isn't it? Very curious. And I'm gonna write that down. I'm actually gonna write them down on stream. Funny how Crime Boss devs didn't cave to original Kershaw cancels, but this single Vice journal could force them to. Very interesting. It is a very, very interesting. Well, Crime Boss, I hope you know what you're doing. And for those who have recently purchased Crime Boss, I suggest if you are looking for a refund, you do it quickly. For me, it's a little too late for me to refund because I bought it back in 2024. I have tried to make a request. And I have explained why I am making that request. But I doubt it's going to go through, but I made it anyway. For those of you who haven't reached the 2-hour mark and haven't reached the 2-week mark, make sure to file in your request quickly. Junbak, good evening, good night, hello, basically. But I need to take a break. I talked a lot and there's another topic coming up after this. There's another topic coming up after this and I will go through with you. It is related but somewhat different in the same time. Let me have a look at something first. Let me have a look at something. Interesting. Funny. They haven't given me an outcome on the refund request yet. Which means they probably are actually thinking hard about it. Interesting, very interesting. At least I know that to an extent Steam has people reading the refund request. Because I can actually see some of the very custom refund requests going on Steam is that when it's gone past the 2-hour and the 2-week window, when you give a properly written refund request, either way, they will actually have people write you a personalized response about why they rejected your request. I haven't got an outcome for mine yet. But I'm kind of curious. Is it still considered? Let me have a look. Is it still considered? Is it still under consideration? Let me have a look. Oh yeah, it's still pending. It is still pending. But either way, I need to take a quick break right now. There's another related topic I'm going to talk about, but I need to catch my breath and catch something to drink. Okay? I'll be back in a few minutes. So sit tight and behave, lurkers. I'll be back with you shortly.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Well, too bad for you all, lurkers. Too bad. No gifted subs for you all. And by the way, I'm very disappointed in all of you. Kevin, shut up. You know what is the takeaway from the incident? Can you shut up, Zero? You know what is the takeaway from that incident? The incident with Kersha? There are some people who are completely unrelated to all of this. Completely unrelated to all of this. But they have also decided to take sides. They've decided to take sides. And for some of them, their side involves burning their own fan base and believing what is said about Kersha. That is basically it. It is quite amazing. And I can think of a specific person who has decided to destroy their own credibility by taking a side. I will not name the person. I will not name the person by name. But some of you might know who that is, and some of you might not know who that is. Basically, this individual is kind of known. As far as I know, he's a clipper. As far as I know, he is a clipper with a lot of mutuals. A lot of mutuals who, in this situation, support Kersha accept him. He's a clipper. Nope. I don't think. I think, yeah, to be fair, he's probably a bit of a literal who to some of you. I don't think you all would know. It's like not the most well-known clipper. Apparently clips for Face Connect. Apparently clips for Pippa. But I don't know. Because I don't really know who this person is outside of him posting on Twitter. But either way, he took a side. And he took a side in one of the most ridiculous ways possible. He shared repeatedly the famous V-tweeters posts smearing Kersha. Just shares so many of them. And I suppose you all probably know who is this famous V-tweeter, but I have had disagreements with these individuals a fair few times, but it was just civil disagreements, because it was probably like I perceive it as a disagreement in opinions and views. So I took everything that this individual said very as seriously, because I thought I was being replied to seriously and honestly in return. But after seeing this person's reaction and taking the side against Kersha, and that is not the worst part, by the way. It's still fine to to be against Kirsha in this situation if you explain your point of view properly. But what makes it not acceptable, in my opinion, well, less acceptable in my opinion, is sharing that specific V-tweeters hundreds and hundreds of smear posts against Kirsha, obsessively so. I don't know. I really do not know. But I won't name this specific person by name. But suffice to say, a lot of people that he considers mutuals and friends, they do not really like the way he addressed this situation. Let's just say his post on it was like a few thousand likes, but his quotes on it are like double that. And replies to him ratios him. But either way, it's literally. To me, I do not know him outside of Twitter. But to some people, especially people who watch Pippa, you probably know of him. But that's all I want to say about it. It's really funny. These individuals, seriously, all of them start to take sides. And they do not understand. They really do not understand. It has long gone past the time that dogpiling someone is just going to be a net benefit to you. The internet is more informed than it has been for quite some time. Dogpiling is not popular. Dogpiling over things taken out of context is not popular anymore. Dogpiling over smear campaigns is not popular anymore. You want to smear someone, make sure that someone actually smeared themselves. That's my approach to things. And this is why there are some people like, the person who is actually a grifter, that guy who writes a lot, use a pen name, turns out to be a photo of another lady who is a Spanish teacher, John the Rice. I'll name him by name because, well, his actions are particularly unlikable. And his name is vague enough. Just say Rice. I'll just call him Rice. I'll just call this individual Rice. Anyway, Rice thoughts. This person, Rice, tried to profit off the Kirsha incident. And if you follow my post on X or Twitter, you follow my post on X, you will notice that I have repeatedly talked about Rice. Because Rice is trying to use the Pippa incident as a way to gain more clout for himself. And he says that he's being liable. He fights the libels against his haters. He fights the libels against the woke. And guess what? It's wild to me. Rice called me woke. It's rare, but it happens. But it's amazing when it happens. I have been called woke. Here's the thing about this, and this is what I say to Rice repeatedly. I never insult Rice. You know me, I never insult him. Because the proper way to address people like Rice is to always post screen caps of their own post, because that will That is all the insult you will ever need to give towards him. His own post insulting himself. That is really all you need. You do not need insults. You do not need to make threats. You do not even need to mock. All you need to do is screen cap and receipts. That is all you ever need. You can literally just post screen caps and say nothing to one of Rice's posts, and it will still have the exact same effect of calling him out. Because he calls himself out. So yeah. Well, I've got everything at this point. I got far right, I got alt right, I got bigot, I got phobe, I got woke. Firstly, I got woke, I got anti-Christian, I got anti-Christian, I got satanic as well, 1 point. You have no idea how many different labels people put on me, and the punchline is that every label has the chance of being the opposite of the other label. So it's funny. It's absolutely funny. Yeah, but I did not appreciate that Rice decided to profit off the Kershaw incident. And he still is. And you know what's funny about Rice? Rice is doing what I would call the Zenless Zone Zero incident. So originally my post on Rice was calling him out for trying to profit off the Kershaw incident. That was originally my post, but weird things start to happen. Let me just read out what I said. Where is it? Where is my post? Yep. What? So basically my post was saying you didn't fight the libel Rice, you pretended call-outs never exist and play ignorant. And you would see this post. I got an interesting post from a lurker. So in his post directly responding to Kershaw, he was pretending to express support to Kershaw. Then a lurker found out something. In a previous post, specifically the post replying to Crime Boss Twitter, he instead say that he basically say in quite clear message that I don't really want to support Kershaw because she is not right wing. So again, one of those Zenless Zone Zero incidents where Rice was replying to Pirate Nation saying that and reversing censorship is a good thing, but on the PC Gamer post about the exact same topic, and around a few hours later, he says ban or pawn about the Zenless Zone Zero topic. It's the same thing over again. Directly replying to Kershaw, expressing support, but in the post on Crime Boss Rocket City, the post about it, he says that why do I need to support Kershaw? She's not even right wing. So very interesting two-sided behavior. But moving on to the next topic. The next topic is somewhat related but also somewhat different in a way. I've made a talk at length about this. I've made a talk at length about this. I've made a talk at length about this on X, but I might as well talk about it on stream too. You'll probably remember this article, right? An ex-Crunchyroll producer expressing disappointment at the way Western industries perceive anime. I can't believe I have met a Crunchyroll producer that I agree with. Well, as an ex-producer, so that explains it. Crunchyroll only attracts, well, people who think like this. All these tourists nowadays. Remember I talk about this. Some generations within our industry that view anime as prawns. It is very relevant to this topic again that I'm talking about. Kick them down a peg. Take them down a notch. It is very similar in a way to the Kersha story. It's very similar in a way to the restaurant story I gave you all at the start of the stream. Very similar. Extremely similar. And why do I say it's similar? Well, Western cultural media continues to fail. And the failures get worse each passing year. But on the flip side, manga, anime, manhwa, they are all increasing in popularity and success on a global scale, and especially in the West. Manga and anime especially in the West. And you know why? Again, back when anime and manga were rising to its peak, the producers, the writers, the mangakas, the artists, the animators, they all kept their head down and just do their work with passion and with and doing what they have to do and what they need to do and what they want to do. All while you see Western medias like comic books, Hollywood movies, Hollywood cartoons, Western cartoons, all just degenerating their product, making it about politics, making it about sending a message, making it about nonsense fan fiction and the fantasies of the author. And they fail. They continue to fail. And in the ashes of their failure, anime and manga dominated their shelves, dominated their sales. And if you see in certain situations, like, remember Ethan Van Sciver? I talk about a story about Ethan Van Sciver in my earlier streams. He was one of those who got really, really jealous over anime and manga success. It's not just a matter of wokery, you know. It's not even leftist. It's not even Pak Jaw. Even the so-called right-wing culture creators are envious of the success of anime and manga. So what happens when they are faced with the envy of success of something they are competing with? Well, you would think that they will channel their envy to creating a better product to compete with anime and manga, but no, that would be too hard. They want the easier road. And the easier road? Attack anime and manga. Smear them. Writing Vice articles and CNN articles talking about how problematic anime and manga are. Make insults about them, create fake narratives about them, and in this case, only assume that the only animes and mangas that are even relevant are shonen or prawns. There are some generations within our industry that view anime as prawn or something weird, or whatever is coming out of Shonen Jump. And I would like to say that some will say it is just boomers being boomers and people being ignorant, Westerners being ignorant, but no, I do not think that way. To an extent, yes. Of course there will be. But the problem is, they have a vested interest to keep smearing anime. If they keep smearing anime and insulting anime, trying to pin all kinds of problems on that specific medium, eventually they hope the success of anime and manga will be knocked down a peg. Again, like the title of this video, of this stream. They cannot match their competitors in quality and skill, so they have to sabotage their competitor to make it even. And that is shameless behavior. Funnily enough, very funnily enough, it is also similar to the Cinder story, isn't it? Everything revolves around those. The Cinder story, everything. Junbak, take care and I'll see you another day. I can tell you, in a hypothetical situation, in a hypothetical ideal world where everyone is 100% honest with their words, I'm reminded about that one movie, I forgot what it was called, but if we saw a world where everyone was 100% honest in their words, you wouldn't see things like this. You wouldn't see a title like this. Some generations within our industry that view anime as prawn, you wouldn't see this. Some would just say, it would just say Western industries of Western cultural creations industry are jealous at the success of anime and manga, so they proceeded to try and create smear campaigns to knock them down a few notches. That would be the honest headline. In my opinion, at least. In my opinion. Yeah, Ricky Gervais, the invention of lying. But yes, at the end of the day, some lurkers have no idea how powerful and dangerous envy can be. Some people believe it's like something very... It's like... it's just a funny little quirk. It's just a funny little quirk. Personality flaw. Oh, you're jealous and everything. But sometimes, it's more than just feelings of jealousy already. When it goes into actions in response to the jealousy, it can be something that is pretty good or something that is extremely bad. In the best case scenario, your jealousy is channeled towards creating a better product to match your competitor. Or in the worst case, you use the most underhanded and vile tactics to bring your competitor down through a collection of insults, smears, and lies, so that you can be on an even footing with them. It's the same case, in my opinion, with what is happening to Kershaw. It is the same case, in my opinion, with the way Western tourists and Western industries treat anime and manga, and most other Asian works, in fact. It all boils down to envy and jealousy. And there is no greater representation of envy than the way Ethan Van Sciver and Rice treated Carmen America back in 2023. Do you lookers know about the story of Carmen America and what happened between Ethan Van Sciver and Rice against Carmen America by chance? Do you remember? It was a rather it came and gone. But do you by chance remember? Because I made a few posts about it when it happened. You all remember? While you try to remember, I'm going to take a breath. Talk too much? Do not breathe. I guess you all don't remember, huh? Let me try and find something. Uh, okay, I found it. I found it and interesting. This was back in 2023. Ethan knows exactly what type of. EVS knows exactly what type of comic Carmen America is. The characters in that show are grown up. They are women. And the fact that I can only presume jealousy, because whatever EVS creates pales in comparison to Carmen America's success amongst not just Americans but even weebs. He is extremely jealous of Carmen America. And as you can see, knock them down a peg, insult them. That's all they can ever do. Remember, EVS is supposedly a right-winger. Supposedly. It really is. It does transcend woke and right-wing. This is a consistent feeling. Chris, good morning. Very, very interesting. It's not over, by the way. Still got. Keeps upset by fan service. Interesting. very upset with fan service. As far as I know, it's just he's upset over the fan service. If yes. So that puts you into so that again puts into perspective what he really thinks. And of course, your usual celebrity. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, he deleted it. Interesting. Anyway. Well, I called EVS out on this. And would you believe it if I say that EVS has blocked me over calling him out for being so stupid about Captain America? Of course he blocked me. It's funny though. So at the end of the day, envy is very dangerous. If it's channeled improperly. But anyway, I think that concludes what I want to talk about. Any questions, lurkers? Good morning, Darkstrail. Thank you for joining. Oh, you're back, June. Welcome back. Rena, shut up. After all the dirt dug up from Vice, why do people still believe whatever bullshit they say? Here's the funny thing, actually. I legitimately believe that it's similar to what Lurker-chan has said. There are very few people who actually believe whatever crap they say. Especially now. And people who do believe them are either morally questionable or part of their little clique. And in the case of Crime Boss, I suspect Lurker-chan's speculations to probably be true. Someone somewhere in the management of that game is in some way or some form affiliated with the person who wrote the Vice article and therefore act at their behest. Because the thing about Crime Boss, the excuse they gave about cancelling Kershaw's partnership does not make sense. Oh, we are canceling you because we do not want negative press from being associated with you. Because you will create drama, and look at what happened. Their nightmare scenario happened because they cancelled her. And again, remember, a lot of people would like to refuse to accept it, but Crime Boss would have been a forgotten game. It would just be abandonware at some point in time. If it was not for Kersha. She is the reason this game is even known. And some people are gonna bring up that the G-Man Leaves review. Some of them have. They're trying to say that, oh, Kersha is not the reason that Crime Boss became successful. The G-Man review was the reason Crime Boss became successful. No. G-Man basically just called that game. It's fun around short bursts, but it's forgettable. Does that sound like a glowing review to you? Do you really think G-Man's review helped the sales of Crime Boss? He got bored of the game, and he said on video he got bored of the game. It was Kersha who kept playing it on stream. It was Kersha who kept talking about it once in a while on stream. It was Kersha who offered affiliate links for people to buy the game. But those people are taking the side of the vice journalist. Will try to gaslight you into thinking that it was G-Man who was the reason the game was successful. I don't buy it for 1 second. Basically, Crime Boss is the relaxing game for Kersha. So after she's done with her streams talking about the topic she wants to talk about, she streams Crime Boss just to unwind. Just like how most of the time I finish talking about my topics, I stream No More Room in Hell to unwind. It's about the same. Yeah, only one. I can only see one person who bought the game as a result of the abandonment. I want to show you something. I want to show you something again. Very funny. Made me chuckle. Made me chuckle so much when I saw it. Let me see if I can find it. Remember this? Read this. Instant buy. I'm really happy to see a death stands against a VTuber and similar brain rot content. Seriously, I never understand what the appeal of males in their 50s role playing as wow. So this guy is saying that Kersha is a 50-year-old man role playing as a Japanese girl. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The punchline, by the way. The punchline. He doesn't have the game. Despite saying instant buy. He just bought it. Okay. Oh. I'm kind of curious. What is this guy's thing? He Ice Tea Zero. Let me see. I hope I get my refund process eventually, but let me see. I'm just curious to see. Where is this? Let me have a look. Oh, his post got deleted. Did it? Interesting. Did it? Let me have a look. Let me find someone. How do I find someone? I'm kind of curious, okay? I am kind of curious. Germany. What is his games? What games does he play? Let me have a look. $1,043 games. He didn't even start the game. He didn't even start the game. He just bought it after being roasted online in the Steam discussions, and he just bought it, but he didn't even play it. Amazing. He did not even bother to play it. If I had to guess, he probably didn't even install it. Well, at least props to you for
I got a proposition for you.
Well, props to you at least for actually giving some money to buy the initial game. Oh wow, it is... Oh, I just visited the store page of Crime Boss. And it is not looking good. From mixed a mere few weeks ago of 59%, now the game is sitting at mostly negative at 38%. And the original 59% had around 7,000 plus reviews. Now it reached this 38%. There was an influx of around 2,400 reviews. So yeah, you want to avoid the drama, devs? Well, you got the drama now. All you had to do was shut up and don't do anything stupid. That was literally all you had to do. Zero Online, if you come back. Anyway, have a good day. All they had to do was keep their head down and just continue to develop the game. And you know what was even funnier about this? As Kersha said herself, no one knew about Crime Boss partnership with Kersha. No one even knew about the game being associated with Kersha. They made it a problem. All they had to do was just not take a side and stay the hell away from this entire stupid drama between Kershaw and a bunch of envious and grudge-keeping individuals. And they would have been fine. They would have their mixed to mostly positive reviews. But no, that was not enough for them. Of course not. They had to do something. They had to tell Kershaw they're cancelling her. Oh boy. Again, let's see how this works out for them. I want to have a look at the Steam charts actually. Interesting, and let me just show you a little something. I want to say right now, by the way, Crime Boss being released on Steam was not a well-known thing. People didn't even know the existence of Crime Boss until Kershaw talked to them about it. I hope they don't regret their actions. But well, let's just see what happens to the game. Let's just see what happens in the game in the coming weeks or months. I think by the coming months we probably will forget this game exists. And this is partially why, I guess, wow, this is quite Betrayal. It's basically Betrayal at this point. I'm kind of lost for words. They jeopardized it all for nothing. All they had to do was just keep quiet. But no, of course they won't do it. They rather believe they would rather believe the smear piece made by a Vice journalist who say twisted things to women. That is who they would rather believe. By the way, I'm done with the talk for today, and I am itching to play something. Yeah, when all the big streamers came out, it was basically saying it was Payday 2 but worse. Then when Kershaw started advertising the game, and Payday 3 came out, people started to realize perhaps it is Payday 3 but better. But now, no one even cares anymore. I'm itching to play a game. Let me see. No more room in hell. I'm going to end the stream for those lurkers who don't want to hang out for the rest of the game. Just letting you know that my yapping... Oh wait, no wait. Before you leave, for the lurkers who are just here for the yaps, before you leave, I might as well run through with you the schedule for this week, okay? Okay. So, for this week only, there will be a 4th day of stream. There will be a 4th day. Let me just make sure the time. It is Friday 8 p.m. UTC plus 8. I don't know what's the Western time, but I think most of you all will probably be asleep. For this week only. it will be a gaming stream. If everything goes according to plan, it will be a gaming stream. It will be a collab stream. And you will find out more about it closer to Friday. But if all of the plans go on ahead properly, it will be fine. If all the things go according to plan, there will be a stream this coming Friday, 8 p.m. UTC past 8. That means my time. 8 p.m. my time. So just for you all, just a bit of a reminder for you all. Anyway, I'm going to keep reminding you all tomorrow and day after. So there will be plenty of times to remind you anyway. And I'll let you all know if any plans change, but it seems like it's going ahead properly. So with that out of the way, let's get some gaming done. Done. Okay, let's try and set this up. No More Room in Hell 2 is still in a very rough state. It's kind of playable, but it's not the best experience right now. Let me close some tabs so I can free some RAM. Okay. What is a good server? There's so many servers. Well, those who voted for No More Room in Hell, you better at least try and join in, okay? If not, if not enough of you join in, I'll probably just play a game like Dark Tide or Vermintide or something. But let me have a look. No More Room in Hell. Where is that usual? There we go. There is one. That is refresh all. Which one is an unmodded server? Can I get rid of unmodded? Can I get rid of modded servers? Less than 150. Shall I try this one? Australian server looks nice. Oh, that's good, I think. Please tell me that... Oh, yes. So this is the server. It's an Australian server. Oh. Wait. Oh. Okay, I want to join an empty server. Let me see if I can find an empty server. Yes, this is an empty server. So this is called E-Trust No More Room in Hell Casual Server. For those who are interested. Good night. Good night, George. Good night, Adrian. Remember, this is the server. It is NMS Arpley. Hold on, I need to properly set up something. Okay, one of you dropped by. Good. Let's go look. Got some bandages.
This is the United States National Guard. There are
Oh, it's a survival map.
As per the National Pandemic Act and UN Red Cur Initiative, hold until the area is clear. You will learn extraction and safety. Do your part.
Oh yes, I love this. I don't need a shovel. Yes, that is shovel. Remington. Shotgun shells. I need a shotgun. Ah, there we go. Gone. Sniper rifle and something. Baseball bat. Oh, someone's getting it. Let's get to let's go free up some space in here. Gonna stay in the house because the house is the area to defend. I think.
Be advised, survivors. Zone A is compromised. Regain control. Over.
No More Room in Hell 2 is a paid game. The first one is completely free, which is why I suggested you lurkers to just play this game. Because it's very easy to get this game, and it doesn't need a beefy PC. That's the best part. Where's the defense at? It's all the way there. Okay, it's all the way there. So this is where they're mostly. So this is where they mostly are. a shotgun? Oh, I've got.
Hostile contacts moving west-northwest at grid
This one is
3019.
called the
Contact
Trust No
imminent.
More,
Out.
no More Room in
magazines
Hell server. Only 762 ammo around here. It would be nice if there was. It is called R-Plea. NMS R-Plea. But there's a lot of zombies. Oh, I got 4 revives. We have to make sure this place is well defended. Most of the zombies are here, I guess I'll mention. Oh, Source Engine. Jank. That was good. How did that not kill this? Oh, okay. If that's how you want to play. Hello, Soren. Welcome back to the stream. The yapping part is over, so right now it's just a game. Do you really just... Okay, fine. You are. Cleaver. Okay. Let's just thin out. Let's clean one. I shall create more room in hell. Fine.
3 eggs left.
Oh, someone's already infected. Let's see if there's anything
Please
to...
be advised, there are Zeke inbound on grid marks November 3165, Hotel 25. Inbound to safe zones, contact momentary. Out.
I will need a welder to open this. I need to go back to the house. It's important I go back to the house. Oh, welder. There we go. I might need this welder. Let's see if I can open that lock. hope I don't get swamped by zombies while doing this. Wait. How do I use the welder? I forgot how to use the welder. Damn it, I forgot how to use the welder. Let me see. Find shelf badge, unload weapon.
8 loads remaining.
I forgot how to use the welder. I cannot believe it. Let me see. Doesn't seem to indicate what food. Either way. I cannot believe it. I forgot how to use the welder. This is so embarrassing. Extremely embarrassing. Something fancy. Oh, flashlight. I need that. Grenades. Wonderful. Press V. Press V to shout. Values here. Anything in here? Nothing. 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 Glow stick. Nothing. Nothing. That's extremely disappointing.
This is Hurricane.
Close up right here. I would like to grab something fancy. Please leave something fancy for me. I'm out of breath already. I'm sorry for complaining so much there, please, but I love complaining. I'm so sorry. Why are you so out of breath already? I'll take a deep therapy.
Zeke's at map grid 31A4. Strike 313. Contacted zones momentarily out.
Let's see the other side. What's in here? No, it's just one. What else do I need? 356, 388. I'll take the 388. Let's see if I can. Oh. Nothing here. I guess I'll have to using a shotgun. Someone is wasting a lot of ammo. Don't do that.
Loads are all spent.
You know what? I'll probably throw a grenade. That was good. That was not a bad choice. Everyone is focusing on this half of the map. Someone should go to the other half because the zombie. Okay, then I feel. Oh, I lost you. Okay, good. So that's fine. That is fine. Let's go see what else. Invisible wall. Thank you. Thank you, wall. And one player left. First come, first serve. One player left. Oh, Newako died. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh, come on. Someone took the sniper rifle already.
Magazines are all spent.
So what weapon is this? Ruger. Oh, that is long rifle. That is long rifle. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Fish. Take the blunt. Take the blunt. Okay, he's going to. Oh no, kid. Of course it's a kid. Machete. That scared me. Another one. Okay, I'm gonna wait till they get closer. Or maybe not, I don't need that. I would love to use it, get another grenade, honestly. The sprinters can cause a lot of pain. That is true. But what is a good zombie game without a sprinter? Otherwise, the game will get pretty slow and down. The sprinters shake things up a bit. I hope Project Zomboid gets the update soon, the NPC update soon. I would love to play the game with proper NPCs. Because right now the only way you can interact with other survivors is through playing multiplayer. And the problem with Project Zomboid multiplayer is that you can there is PvP and you can very easily get killed by another player if you are too trusting. And I don't like that. I really do not like a zombie game that has PvP. This is why I avoid games like DayZ. So what your opinion is this? Of my opinion. Because I like a zombie game that is just pure co-op. If he has no co-op, I am not happy. I do not like especially those PvP nonsense. You know the game Arc Raiders, that new game that is coming out from the devs of... The devs of what game? Rivals, yes, Rivals. I think it's called Rivals. It was originally going to be a PvP game where players cooperate to take down very large mechs, Arc Raiders at least. But for some reason the devs decided it was a good idea to convert it into a PvPvE extraction shooter. And that is not fun. That is extremely not fun when that happens.
Multiple contacts moving to intercept a grid mark 2, 9er 8, 3, +2, +2. Be advised, multiple contacts approaching zones at 2, 8, Alpha. Do your best to hold out.
Five rounds. Let's see if I can grab a hold of some 308. In Arc Raiders, I think it's free to play. There's the expectation from most PvPvE extraction shooters anyway. Oh my god, kid. Annoying kid. Someone's wasting a lot of ammo. There are so many zombies. So many. I need to make every shot count. There's one. 2. 3. 4. 5. I hate PvPvE games. It's just some excuse to force PvP in it. I really don't like. Have you heard of Hunt, the game? You know the original? I want to show you something afterwards, okay? I want to show you something afterwards. You all heard of Hunt, right? Hunt Showdown? Well, the story of that game is quite interesting. And I'll show you all later after we finish this game. After we finish games. The game is it was a pretty cool idea for a game when Hunt first came out. Max if I were. There are a lot of zombies. lot of zombies are coming. Oh my god! Hit and shove, hit and shove. If the zombie doesn't die, you have to shove immediately after hitting it. That is the best tactic. Hit then shove. If you don't, if it doesn't die, you shove it. Because it is almost like turn taking. If you miss the hit or if the hit doesn't kill the zombie usually has a big opening to attack you. Which is why you shove.
No more magazines.
Grab a bandage. Excuse you? Why did you put... Excuse you? Why you put it in there? Oh my god, someone died. How am I going to... How are we going to... How are we going
Seek
to
order at map grid 32511.
open that
Break. Be
open that
advised,
gate?
approaching zones. Contact imminent. Out.
Oh yes, well done. I would like 762. Damn it. Everyone has the good stuff already. I don't have any ammo. I have so much. Oh boy. Long rifle is so underpowered. Sledgehammer. Machete time. that worked. Now let's go to the other half of the map. This is such a flimsy.
Grenade!
Why are you all... Don't just stand in front of a microphone. No. Ooh. I don't need that. That was good. No. Okay.
Please be advised, there are Zeke inbound on
Woody, I
Greenmarks
think
November
this requires a key.
3165.
If we can find a key.
2590. Inbound to safe zones, contact momentary. Out.
If we can find a key, that will be very helpful. Ten rounds, I can't afford to waste them. Left has, I see you get killed by zombies so many times. Yeah, they tend to make you
I'm down to 3 mags.
ACP? Oh. Oh, just a one. I can just focus on. Oh my god! Don't there it is. Try not to. Okay. That's a good one. Very good. 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 I missed that last shot. With the Ruger. We get the iron sight. Where's the iron sight one? Where is the iron sight one? That is very odd. It just disappeared. It just disappeared without. Oh, fine. I'll keep using this.
Zeke's at map grid 318. Strike 313.
Oh no! Oh wait, there it is. Oh wow, that zombie is running. That zombie is running. Oh no. Oh no, this is not good. What is going on? Gotta clear this half of the. Out of rounds. And reload. Oh, runner. Okay, this is rounding up. I'm sorry, what? No. We got 15 rebounds. Jiangxi! I can't. Jiangxi, thank you for the follow. Are you a VTuber? Chinese vampire VTuber? That would be pretty cool actually. Are you a Chinese vampire VTuber? Jiangxi. Oh,
Shit, I'm out of mags.
I would like to see a Chinese vampire Filmsy would be pretty cool. But spooky. Probably quite spooky.
Last mag, and that's it.
Oh, I need a rainbow. I need a rainbow in case. Oh no! How dare you?
We got one mag.
I'm on the verge of being. I am on the verge. Oh, you take a breather.
Hurricane 8-8. Oscar Mike with you supply call.
Oh. MP5. Oh, Winchester. Ah. 5.7. Wonderful.
Hostile
good.
contacts
This is
moving
very
west-northwest at grid 30019er. Contact imminent. Out.
Y'all can take the sniper rifle. I've got Winchester. I'm happy.
Alright, who's gonna get this man?
あれなんでだろう
45 ACP, 45 ACP. Another
Last mag,
rainbow.
and that's it.
This way I have to do. This feels so good. American lurkers. Is there actually a high caliber lever action? I always see them using pistol caliber or intermediate. I never see them actually use like heavy caliber. What Why did this take so long to... Oh, I love this. I love this. I love using a lever. I normally get very excited when there's a lever action in the game. Have to defend the point again. Who's bleeding? Who's bleeding out? Who is bleeding out? Grab the bandage. Wonderful. Wonderful. I don't need 9 mil. I should have 2%. I'll worry about eating after I'm done with the stream. For now, I'm just going to... I'm going to finish the stream and then I'll find something to eat. Damn it, how did I miss that shot? Okay, I cannot afford to miss twice. Better. Okay. How do you keep getting hit? Oh. Now that's... I hope there's some extra ammo. They're all 45 pieces. Is that... No, that is still 45 pieces. 45 ACP. The worst thing is that there are so many no code. There is no code 1911. There are no 1911s for this. There are some mild shaded peaks, I think. Oh, love has. Do you have a gene therapy? Do you have gene therapy? Love has. Where are you? Where are you? Oh. Ooh. Love has right here. Are you infected or not? Damn it! Why didn't you grab the
Magazines are all
pills?
spent.
Love has the pills was right here. The pills was right here. Oh well, too late. That was fun. Oh, 7 seconds slow. Oh, 7 seconds slower. Oh wow. Okay. So what map is this now? Okay. This is a mission, at least. Liverpool. Oh! How is it any different from the actual Liverpool? Am I right? What's the difference? Oh. Liver stool. Funny. The shovel is actually pretty useless. I'd rather use a fire axe than a shovel. We have to slowly get rid of them. Oh, how did that happen? The way is clear. Wonderful. Oh, look at all these snipers. And I might need a welder for something, who knows what. Answer the phone. This phone?
Hey! Oh, thank God you guys picked up. I've been watching you. I hacked into a Delacorte's CCTV system. I'm in the store a few hundred meters, and I've got the ability to call for help, but I'm locked in here. There's zombies outside. Not sure exactly how many, but you need to get here quick. There's no time to waste. I'd suggest cutting through the graveyard.
Find fuel tank to blast through the garden wall. Cut through the graveyard. Oh my god, there's a rainbow here. That's wonderful. I don't need a fire axe. I prefer a machete. Flashlight, I need that. Now let's see what else. Rena, can you shut up? Please? Rena, please, can you shut up? Rena, listen to me. Can you shut up?
Eat shit!
Oh my god. That was terrible. Red, any second you'll be dead. I'm sorry. And just like that, any second you'll die. Oh no! Oh no 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 no! You did it. How good is a baseball? Let me have a look. Oh my god, sprinter. Not ideal. Very not ideal. Oh my god. There's so many of them. Let's try and cut through them. Killing them is not a priority. Where is... I don't know where everyone is. Where is Sakana? Where is he? Actually, why are you so far away? You all need... Where is it? I can't see anyone here. Okay. Into the church. Okay. Wow, this is certainly Liverpool. Oh, you just missed it. There's pills here. Where is Sakana? There is pills here. Pills, controller. Get into the church. Church. Get into the church. Okay, so what's the plan now? Use TNT to get through the storm. Who has the TNT?
Shit, yeah!
Who has the TNT? Where is the TNT?
Come with me! Fuck yeah!
And where did you die?
Follow me!
Oh no. Sniper. a marker. Okay, that's the TNT. Blow through this wall, I think.
Follow me.
Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Here, blow it through here. Get over here.
Follow me.
There we go. Anyone have a gun? Anyone have a gun at all? Oh. Okay. Excellent. Oh no, there's monsters. Runners everywhere. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Okay. Come on. Oh Lord. You don't have to kill off all the zombies, just keep going. Break into the storm. Oh, here. Any cool loot in here? By any chance? A gun or some... Oh wait. This is UK, of course there are no guns. Uh-oh. I have 6 revives. That's very good. The stairs, up the stairs. Anything fancy in here? Oh wow. Camilla's dine and dish. I'm hungry. What's that? Anything to eat in here? I'm hungry. Any food here? Any food? Any food around here? I'm hungry. I need food. Any hot dogs? Any hamburgers? Lasagna? Anything? Now we have to go down. Or we go through here, maybe? Find the disc. Call for help.
Yes, we can hear you. We're hovering over the local area now. Get to Hartington Road. We'll be there in 5 minutes to pick you up. We really can't afford much time, so be quick.
Hartington Road. Oh, that is so English. Hartington you get? Who got bitten? Oh. Can someone try and funnel all the zombies into one cramped spot by any chance? I got a grenade. Oh, answer the phone. Oof. Let me slowly go down. I am out of breath. I cannot believe how quickly it is now. No, I don't like Mondays.
I'm throwing a frag. People keep cover.
That's one of the rarest ammo in this game.
Last mag, and that's it.
Lord, shot.
This is the National Guard. We're here, but we can't stay long. You got 1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. Connor, just get up here. Don't engage them, just jump. Just climb up. Climb. Climbing like a ladder. Climbing like a ladder. Okay, wait, let's move. Let's play one more map. Okay? Oh, wait, let me see. Oh, All the maps are threatened. You know what? Use welder on manhole cover. Oh, this is the second. This is the follow-up. Okay. 12 volts. Wait. Let me see. Does it even work? Know what? This server seems to have map ID bugs, so you know what? I think I am done with this game. And I just want to take this opportunity to talk about another game that I just want to take this opportunity to talk about another game that I had high hopes for, but it got destroyed because it decided to be a PvPvE extraction shooter. Y'all probably have heard about the game called Hunt Showdown, right? Y'all probably have heard that game, haven't you? Oh, I never explained good bandmin. I never explained good bandmin. Oh, okay, fine. Do you want to know the story of good bandmin? Do you want to know the story about it? Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Back during my Facebook days, when the page mascot got broken up, big unveil of their page mascot bandmin, which is me. Yes, I used to make a lot of funny posts. I learned a lot of funny posts. And one of the posts that I ended up making was with another very pretty popular VTuber. I think it's like kind of a pretty decent following, but not as big a following as HoloLive or Kizuna Ai. But she was pretty popular. Let me see if I can find it. I found it. So I posted this really funny image on Facebook once in a while. This one. I was a fan of a certain VTuber called Fuji Aoi. You probably already know about her. So some lurkers on Facebook started making a running gag that Fuji Aoi is evil bandmin. Because I am a grumpy, annoying, and insufferable individual who is always moody and always mouthing and seething about something. So people always say that Fuji Aoi is my opposite. She is always happy, always smiling, always cheerful, and always a ball of wholesomeness. So there was a running gag. Fuji Aoi was evil Batman. Because I'm regular Batman, she's evil Batman because she's everything I'm not. Well, most of the things I'm not. Mainly personality. So, a year later after that, there was a new version of a Batman. And I made it as a, let me see if I can find it. Let me have a look if I can find it. So, people, lurkers on Facebook say I am Fuji Aoi is evil Batman. And so the other one is, where does good Batman come in? Well, good Batman is, I was imagining a type, what if I were a globalist? What if I supported World Economic Forum? What if I ran Vanguard? What if I ran BlackRock? What would I look like? Let me see. Where is it? Where is that folder? Yeah, there we go. And let me see. I got it. Let's have a look. So I created good Batman, which is actually evil. Yeah. This is me if I were... This is basically me if I was a Crescenstein. Ben Schwab, yes. Ben Schwab, basically. Don't worry about it if you don't know who Crescenstein is. It's better that way. Yes, very smart of you, Darkness. I am inspired by Tomie, so I made my own version of Tomie to be good Batman. I am glad you picked up on the first name. So yeah, this is good Batman. And if you ever see a pic where I'm basically there's an RP on being very mean or very evil, normally it is Tomie who is going to appear, or a good Batman. There's an interesting thing, isn't it? Let me see if I can find an image. Let me see if I can find something else. Hold on. Where am I gonna find it? It's similar, but it's not exactly one-to-one Tomie from Junji Ito. Where is... my brain's already starting to shut down because of today's yapping and also getting a little hungry. Let me have a look if I can find... No, I don't want to do any RP streams in the future. It is just for me to shit posts basically. It's just for me to meme on things on Facebook and Twitter. I don't care. Zero. If there's one thing I really don't care about is when I don't know why some VTubers care so much about certain both are evil bandmin and good bandmin are my conscience in a way. Oh no. Oh no. And that's funny. Yeah, but basically this was just a bunch of memes I made on Facebook just for fun. Just a bunch of memes I made on Facebook. So, evil bandmin and good bandmin don't really decide how I feel or think, but they're like, think of it as my subconscious in a way. If I feel like taking the shortcuts to things, if I feel like selling out, if I feel like shilling, then good bandmin will take over my personality. If I just feel like having a good time, if I just feel like chilling and talking about funny and wholesome stuff, evil bandmin is my conscience for the day. And if I just feel like my usual self, I am me, basically. Daishobot, I have resources to make those characters, and yes, I made them from scratch. Fuji Aoi is Fuji Aoi anyway, but I made them to follow similar, to resemble her strongly. Bandmin is such an Aoi Gachiko, she became part of her subconscious. It's funny, but maybe. But I want to go before I close off the stream for today. I want to bring up one more thing. You all know about Hunt Showdown, right? Well, I was originally quite excited with the game Hunt, but at some point they decided it was originally going to be a co-op action horror game. Before Hunt Showdown, before it was called Hunt Showdown, it was actually called it was a game called Hunt Horrors of the Gilded Age. And it was a game that really excited me when I saw it. Let me have a look. There we go. So just a short. No, Hunt Horrors of the Gilded Age was a pure co-op experience originally pitched. And eventually it became Hunt Showdown, which was a PvP VE extraction shooter that I did not like. So this is the game. Let me open. This is the game. It is called Hunt Horrors of the Gilded Age. And the story gets a bit more fascinating after I show you this video. It's a very short video of the gameplay.
February 1889. Ain't no law out here in the Louisiana swamps but the law of nature. Kill or be killed. I hear tell of a witch in these parts, rounding up her own army of the damned. That's the way of it. then there ain't but one of us that's like to see tomorrow.
The gameplay is pretty cool, you'll see soon.
Come on now, let's get moving.
Who this? Chickens in the box.
Level your irons. We got company.
I must reload. Take They gonna be come for you.
Step on up, you yellow bastards.
That was a terrible miss.
For you today.
It had iframes, yes.
Snap you board and suck out the marrow.
It's killing time!
It's a funny story. I'm gonna tell you later, Lurker-chan. It's a very funny story. What happened to this idea?
Plug your eyes and... Sure could use a hand over here.
Reloading ammunition!
It was such a cool idea. And Crytek abandoned it for some extraction shooter PvP.
Reloading.
I'm afraid these surroundings have left me utterly bewildered. Which way do we go?
We must always be moving, yeah? Look! Look at what I will reduce the wreckage to 50. We are on the same side, but they do not suit me. I am here! Inside this coffin!
I think there's something moving in that bone box.
This is a sign of the terrorists.
Oh, this is how you revive a dead person. A dead player. I have to kill this guy first. Okay, he's dead. Revive your dead friend. And then like this, you revive a dead player.
Sure could use a hand over here.
It's an ambush!
Dead come for you today.
I must reload. Protect me.
What evil is this?
I'm gonna peek Jen in this
Reloading.
gameplay.
Reloading!
Oh, boss fights coming soon.
Abomination. A gift from the Lord.
Blast! They're upon us!
There's a whole lot of honey in one spot.
I must reload! Protect me!
Reloading enemies!
I'm mighty chewed up here. Anybody?
Reloading ammunition!
Check your sight, damn you.
And anyone has...
There's a person tethered up. We must get them down.
Let this happen!
Oh, this is another revival style. Another player revival style. Pretty cool.
They got somebody strung up. Get them down.
Ah, danke schön. Mein head was nearly to explode.
Oh, a clairvoyance powder. Too cool. Oh, they're finally reaching the boss arena.
Here's the graveyard. Now we just gotta find this witch.
Yeah. The devil has taken root in this place.
Oh boy, boss fight time. This is gonna be
Open fire!
Much wickedness.
The music's pretty cool as well.
Too much you can bet. Here comes a chopper to chop off your heads.
What the blazes?
She must be
about the story of this game, this idea, the original idea for the game after you finish the video. It's an interesting story.
Bring your best, you gutless freak!
Yeah, so that was the original idea for the Hunt franchise. Then for some reason, I think something's creatively didn't pan out. Something didn't pan out, and what we had as a result was Hun Showdown. And we all seen Hun Showdown's gameplay and how different it is. But the story for the people who came up with this idea, didn't end here. As if some of y'all probably followed the animation style, the combat style of this game, people who pitched this original idea for Hunt ended up making Remnant. They ended up making Remnant from the ashes. If you can see, let's have a look, for instance, before you buy.
Game Ranks presents another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight up gameplay and some first impressions of the latest games releasing.
I'll just talk over it. As you can see, if you look at the animations, if you look at the combat animations and the style of combat in Remnant from the Ashes, it uses the exact same, it uses largely the same animations, it uses the same iframe style dodging, and it also uses very similar melee system. So whoever who was in charge of creating the original idea of Hunt, which at the time was called Hunt Horrors of the Gilded Age, they left Crytek, and as a result, they created their own game. And that game became Remnant, the Remnant series. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to the original idea of Hunt Horrors of the Gilded Age. It would be pretty cool to run around and walk around in like 1800s America with a lot of superstitions and witchcraft and demons and all that things, and just solving incidents that way. That would have been pretty cool. I know what's the funniest thing about it is that it's like a Western version of Toho in that the premise, at least. The premise of Toho is Eastern mythologies and superstitions and horrors, but Western is probably like witches, Wendigos, and all that things. That would have been a pretty cool idea. As you can see, look at the gameplay, it's very similar to Horrors of the Gilded Age. So it was really a big shame that the game got cancelled. The original idea got cancelled. I would have preferred that instead of Hunt Showdown. But with that out of the way, I think I am concluding the stream today. Okay? Today's stream will be ending on this note. It's a whole bunch of stressful things, but also a bit of unwinding, which I am glad to have. So with that out of the way, I am going to again show you the schedule for this week. This week only, by the way. There will be an extra day. It will be a 4-day stream week this time. And I will brief you all, I'll remind you all again. But reminder. For this week only, Friday 8 PM UTC +8, and I'll be doing it on Twitch. Okay? I will likely be doing it on Twitch. So for those who are interested and have time to make for a Friday, in your case morning, Westerners, in your case morning stream, you are welcome to join my Twitch channel to have a watch. But if any plans change, I will announce it hopefully today, tomorrow, or on socials, in case anything changed. But until then, I'm going to conclude the stream today. I've had a good time with you, lurkers, and I had a time complaining about a lot of things. Tomorrow's plan for the stream is going to be a bit more laid back. I feel I want it to be more laid back because of today's topic. Today was a particularly heavy topic and I was not very happy to talk about it. But it had to be talked about. Long story short, reiterating the moral of today's stream, envy can be a very ugly thing. And in some people, in their fit of envy, are capable of some very underhanded, and very shameful tactics to take down and sabotage the people they are envious about. This is the reminder I want to leave with you all. Anyway, tomorrow I will be streaming on Twitch. So if you all want to drop by, you're welcome to drop by tomorrow. But with that out of the way, I will conclude tonight's stream. And I will see you all tomorrow, okay? Okay. Anyway, cheer on. Anyway, for those who care, make sure to send some positivity to Kersha. And reassure her that the very odd individuals who are extremely envious of her has no power against her. Okay? Send your positivity her way. Or if I'm out of the way, I'm going to end this stream, but let me have a look. And let's have a look if there's anyone to raid. By the way, I still don't know how to raid. Lurkers, I still do not know how to raid. Oko is streaming right now. Do you wanna watch Mama Oko's? Let me try something. Let me see if I can set a raid again. I'm gonna try it again. I'm going to try it again. I'm sorry. So if you lurkers want to spend about 5 minutes staying here for a while and while I try to organize a raid, let me see if I can get it to work. Please don't mind me for a moment. I am trying to see whether I can get this to work. Stream settings. Edit. Customization. Redirect. Search for Mama Oko. Let me see. Redirect allows you to keep viewers engaged across multiple events. Add a live stream or premiere for people to watch after yours end. You can keep people on your channel or send them to any channel that gives you redirect privileges. Whichever you choose, viewers will automatically be sent to the new watch page after your content ends. See, that is the thing. After your content ends. Though I did it correctly last time. Well, I added it. It should be correct. But here's what I will do. What I will do is I will also link the stream on my end in case it does not work again, okay? I will pin this so the moment my stream ends, you can give Mama Oko a visit. Okay? So with that out of the way, I think I set my settings correctly, but I will end the stream now. Anyway, have a good time. Spend a few seconds, probably 30 seconds after I end the stream, and see whether it redirects. 1 minute after I end the stream and see whether it redirects. If not, just click the link and manually raid. Okay? With that out of the way, have a good day everyone, and I'll see you another time.